It is 1432 to 1446 South Main Street. The agency negotiator is Alex Andrade. He's the Economic Development Director. Under negotiation is both price and terms.
Okay, thank you. Is that it? Okay.
Those are the items for closed session.
Okay, thank you. So now we will adjourn to closed session. Oh, actually, no, call for public comment on the closed session item. Anyone from the public want to make a comment? Is there anyone on Zoom?
I have no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. So now we will adjourn to closed session.
Open session will be starting at 7:45 p.m.
Was already announced. That way. 2 more minutes. Have your invocation. Yeah. It is now 7:45. We will come back to order. City Attorney, please report action taken in closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. There was action taken on item A that will be reported out in conjunction with the council hearing item 18 on tonight's agenda. There was no reportable action taken on item B.
Thank you. And now we will rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. All rise. Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Next, Vice Mayor, please, you are going to do the invocation. And let me put you in here.
Thank you, Mayor. We pray to give our city, state, and national leaders with wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. Grant them favors, increase their faith, and prepare them to pursue your excellence. Draw them to you to fulfill your purpose. Finally, guide our city leaders to keep our residents, properties, businesses, and our community safe. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Chua. And now let's move on to public forum. Members of the public are invited to speak on any item that is not on today's agenda. And the public forum will be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone from the public that would like to come and speak? Mr. Montemayor, would you like to come and speak? Thank you.
Yeah, on the card I put, anyway, mayor, vice mayor, members of the city council, city manager, and stuff. Yeah, I put in the yellow card my topics in general. I have two main ones anyway. In general, is the domino effect of inflation and a feeling of calming break, should I say, in 30 days. Anyway, I'll start on the break coming. The sky, the clouds is air travel feeling or inviting. Mountains and plains, in Milpitas, no shaking, of course. Seas and the ocean, calm waves. No, not too much, not too windy. Oh yeah, yes, we're here. as I said, it's a feeling of going to a little break, a month or so, if I'm right. Thank you all. We're here. I remember in this group we talk about the consolidating, which is I hope I'm not touching that. I think it's not in the agenda. And there's a beauty of having a consolidation. We agreed. We saw the future of saving, but there may be a problem of if one good position on the other, if you combine, may lose a position. One, but anyway, we still covered it. I'll speak fast now. I'll go. As long as we are flexible, swayable, we help each other, shortage of other group, and we could back up. And then the domino effect inflation, we have the gas, fuel. If you reduce those prices back down, and then we'll have no inflation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor. And now, City Clerk, do we have anyone on Zoom?
I have no hands raised on Zoom.
Thank you very much. And moving on to the announcement of conflict of interest and any campaign contributions from our city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. I ask you, Mayor, and each of the council members whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
None.
Vice Mayor Chua,
None.
Councilmember Leanne,
None.
Councilmember Fayon,
None.
Mayor Montano.
And I am a none. Thank you. So now, okay, go ahead.
Oh, you do have contracts tonight. So I further ask you, Mayor, and the members of the Milpitas City Council to please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into contracts with the city on tonight's agenda, or contributions received from development project applicant for development projects on tonight's agenda.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
None.
Vice Mayor Chua,
None.
Councilmember Leanne,
None.
Councilmember Fayon,
None.
Mayor Montano.
And I am a none. Thank you.
Let the record reflect there are no reported conflicts.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney, Mr. Mutalapasi, but City Attorney, Ms. Mutalapasi. Now I will be reading the Code of Conduct. Be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, and body language do matter. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue and not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais. Disclose conflict of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. Council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. Thank you very much. Now moving on to the approval of the agenda. Is there anyone that would like to make any changes before making an motion? I don't see anyone. So is there a motion?
Seeing none, so moved to approve the agenda.
Was seconded. It was motioned by Vice Mayor Chua and seconded by Councilmember Barbadillo. Okay, now, and we are going to get take the vote. So,
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne,
Aye.
Councilmember Fayon,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
and I am an aye. Thank you very much. Next, we'll take the consent calendar. So staff, do you have any comments on the consent calendar?
I do not, Mayor.
Acting City Manager has said she has no changes. And Vice Mayor Chua, you have comment?
Since there are no changes, so moved to approve the consent calendar.
So moved by Vice Mayor Chua. Is there a second? seconded by Juan. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Public comment.
And we will move for public comment. Is there anyone from public comment that would like to make any comments? Seeing none, is there anyone from Zoom?
I have no hands raised in Zoom.
Seeing none, we will now take the vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Well, hold on, let me see. Okay,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. Thank you very much. And now we will receive the, from the acting city manager. Is there the other presentation?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So we'll
16.
start with public hearing. Item 16, conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution confirming the assessment and ordering the levy for the landscaping and lighting maintenance assessment district number 95-1 McCarthy Ranch for fiscal year 2023-24. And we have our principal civil engineer, Roberto Alonso, making the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. I'm here to present item number 16, to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution confirming the assessment and ordering the levy for the landscaping and lighting maintenance assessment district number 95-1 McCarthy Ranch for the fiscal year 2023-24. Next slide, please. Some background on this item. The city maintains irrigation, landscaping, pedestrian lighting, and gateway improvements along North McCarthy Boulevard from State Route 237 north to Dixon Landing Road, including portions on Ranch Drive. Next slide, please. The Lighting Maintenance Assessment District, LLMD number 95-1, was created to fund the city's perpetual maintenance, repair, and renovation of the improvements. LLMD improvements are maintained by the city's Public Works Department. The administration and annual assessment process for LLMD 95-1 is governed by the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972 and requires the City Council to approve the following: initiate preparation of the annual engineer's report, which was completed back in March 7, 2023. Approve the annual engineer's report and assessments, which was completed in May 16, 2023. And today's item, which is to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution confirming annual assessments and ordering the levy for the district proposed for today's date, June 20th, 2023. Next slide, please. This slide contains an excerpt of the engineer's report annual budget. The LNMD 95-1 district includes 42 commercial and industrial parcels with total area of 11,792,520 square feet. The total assessment for fiscal year 2023-2024 is $430,902, which breaks down the assessment rate of 0.0365 square feet, and it does not exceed the maximum rate of $0.0543. Next slide, please. It is staff's recommendation to open the public hearing, receive any comments, and move to close the hearing following any testimony, and to adopt a resolution confirming the assessment and ordering the levy for landscaping and lighting maintenance assessment district number 95-1 McCarthy Ranch for fiscal year 2023-2024. Next slide, please. And that's the end of the presentation for LLMD 95-1. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So we're now going to open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Montemayor.
Voltaire Montemayor, Milpitas. Yeah, I've been attending this meeting, and we have this topic regularly, and it's justified. Is it the levy means the tax? No, I think the city could handle it. So we should be approving it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor. And now, City Clerk, is there anyone on Zoom?
I have no hands raised on Zoom.
Thank you very much. I will close the public hearing and now move on to council discussion, rather. Is there anyone from the council that would like to make any comments on this item? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Move to approve.
So there was moved by Councilmember Lin. Is there a second? It was seconded by Councilmember Fan. Is there any other discussion? We will take the vote. Okay.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Hold on a minute.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lien,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. Thank you very much. Now moving on to item 17.
Thank you, Mayor. So item 17 is conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution confirming the assessment and ordering the levy for the landscaping and lighting maintenance assessment district number 98-1, Sinclair Horizon for fiscal year 2023-24. And we have again Principal Civil Engineer Roberto Alonso making the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Deputy Manager Kano to do the presentation and Principal Civil Engineer Alonso. You may proceed.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So little background on this LLMD. Again, the city maintains irrigation, landscaping, and pathway improvements adjacent to Sinclair Frontage Road and Los Coches Street, constructed as part of the Sinclair Horizons residential project. Next slide, please. The Lighting Maintenance Assessment District, LLMD number 98-1, was created to fund the perpetual maintenance, repair, and renovation of the improvements. LLMD improvements are maintained by the city's Public Works Department. The administration and annual assessment process for LLMD 98-1 is governed by the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972 and requires the City Council to initiate preparation of the annual engineer's report, which again was completed in March 7, 2023, to approve the annual engineer's report and assessments. This task was completed in May 16, 2023, and today's task is to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution confirming annual assessments and ordering the levy for the district proposed on this date, June 20th, 2023. Next slide, please. From the engineer's report annual budget, this district includes 98 residential parcels. The total assessment for fiscal year 2023-2024 is $50,611.12. The assessment rate of this LLMD is of $516.44 per lot and does not exceed the maximum rate of $560.54. Next slide, please. It is staff's recommendation to open the public hearing, receive any comments, and move to close the hearing following any testimony, and to adopt a resolution confirming the assessment and ordering the levy for Landscaping and Lighting Maintenance Assessment District number 98-1, Sinclair Horizons for fiscal year 2023-2024. Next slide, please. And this concludes my presentation for LLMD 98-1.
Thank you
Thank you.
very much, Principal Civil Engineer Alonso. So now I'm going to open the public hearing and call for any comments. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to come and speak on this item? And again, Mr. Montemayor, welcome.
Yeah, a few more words than the item 16. Item 16, I just mentioned the tax, but it seems like we need the expenses. The lots embracing the place or the project. Still, it's justified. I go from Dixon, from Boulevard, I go in the item 16. I'm that route. But this one, I also go, when I go bowling, I go everywhere, going to Dempsey, then I pass Sinclair. So the lights and all those developments are needed. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor. And I know you've been there before because Dem Nitafan used to live there. I think his wife still lives there. So we know what you're talking about. Thank you. Is there anyone on Zoom? City Clerk.
We have no hands raised on Zoom.
Thank you for that. So now I will close the public hearing. And is there any council discussion from my colleagues on this item? Seeing none, I will ask for a motion and I see Councilmember Lynn.
Yes, move to adopt.
So Councilmember Lynn is make a motion to accept this. And is there a second? And I see.
Second.
So it was moved by Councilmember Lynn and seconded by Councilmember Barbadillo. And now I will close the public. I already closed it. I will make a motion. I will take the vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Mon.
I am an aye. Thank you for that. And now we will move on to leadership and support services. So item 18.
So item 18 is adopt a resolution to appoint an acting city manager and consider acting pay effective upon adoption and continuing until council takes further action. And we have HR Director Nick Reish as the lead on this item.
Thank you. I have a couple of notes here. So I would like to, as we take up this item 18, for the appointment of the acting city manager, I want to first start by recognizing the hard work of our assistant city manager, who took on the acting city manager role when our city manager was on leave and continued to serve our community through today. While we are taking action to select a new interim city manager, we would be remiss if we did not acknowledge her hard work and service. Thank you, Ms. Contact, for all your hard work. And so now I will call on, I think I call on the HR director. Who'd I call on? Because Mr. Nick Rach, HR, are you available? So is there any, I will move on for public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item?
Voltaire, Montemayor, Milpitas. I'm not trying to recall who was there, but we are for the one that will hold. So we have somebody to do the job. So the character or is very qualified. So for me, we'll have her. We will appoint her. Srini Contact. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor. And is there anyone on Zoom that would like to make any comments?
I have no hands raised here.
Thank you. Seeing none, is there any council discussion from my colleagues? Seeing none, now we will ask for a motion in a second. Is there anyone that would like to make a motion? To accept let me ask the city attorney, what is the next plan of action?
Thank you, Mayor. During the closed session, the council took action to make the appointment of Ned Thomas to acting city manager until such time as the council takes further action. The recommended motion at this time would be to adopt a resolution to appoint Ned Thomas as acting city manager, and to, excuse me, include in that resolution any incentive pay that the council wishes to include within that resolution.
So I'm still not clear what action is the council supposed to take on this item? Are we supposed to vote on this or what?
So the recommended action would be to adopt a resolution to appoint Ned Thomas as acting city manager and to include any incentive pay that the council wishes to include, if any.
Okay, so is there a motion for a resolution? And that Councilmember Barbadillo, I see your hand.
Right, I'm going to move the resolution stated by the city attorney.
Is there a second? And I see Vice Mayor Chua has your hand raised.
I will second, but I will ask for a clarification. Is there an existing resolution right now, or the verbal is the resolution?
So there's a draft resolution that's attached to your agenda report. I can actually tell you which page. That resolution doesn't have any of the personal information on it, so that information will have to be added. That resolution can be drafted after the fact at the direction of the council.
Okay, and then I second it. Thank you.
And I would just include that I don't know if council wants to discuss any incentive pay ahead of time, but if you want to discuss incentive pay, it has to be done in open session.
Can we say that now? Yes, 10% of base salary during the duration of the temporary acting period.
Okay, so the vice mayor has, I believe, offered a friendly amendment for Councilmember Barbadillo's motion. Councilmember Barbadillo, would you accept that friendly amendment?
Yes, I do accept that amendment.
Okay, so there has been a motion by Councilmember Barbadillo, including the friendly amendment, and a second by Vice Mayor Chua. The motion you will be voting on, since I'll repeat, since we can't put it on the screen for you, is adopt a resolution to appoint Ned Thomas as acting city manager with 10% incentive pay above his current base salary.
So now we will call for the vote, and we will have
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Leah,
abstain.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. Thank you. Now we're moving on to item 19.
Thank you, Mayor. So item 19 is receive a report on the Home Key project at 1000 Hillview Court, direct staff to establish a stakeholder group and appoint a council liaison. And I will be introducing the item. and we have several members of the team presenting. So this item is an update on the Thousand Hillview Court project. As you may recall, we were here on the March 21st agenda, but the item was deferred. So the report today will actually cover project updates and calls for service data since November of 2022. So from this today, we'll actually cover project updates and calls for service data since November of 2022.
So we have feedback, this is technical support.
Okay.
I think we can move on. I think it disappeared.
Okay, so from the city team, the presentation will be done by Deputy City Manager Matt Kano, Police Captain Miller, and Fire Chief Schoonover. We also have George Searcy from Jamboree Housing and Katie Fenton from Abode Services, who will be doing part of the presentation, and Consuelo Hernandez from the Santa Clara County Office of Supportive Housing and other project members are available for questions. We have notified the tenants and the business community about the meeting tonight, so you may be hearing from them as well during public comment. Now, similar to prior presentations, today's presentation will cover project updates and public safety calls for service. Although the project team has implemented improvements at the facility and initiated new programs, you will see that the impacts to public safety resources have not decreased. There also continue to be ongoing concerns voiced by the tenants and the community. Additionally, the county has indicated that they may no longer be able to provide quarterly updates to the Milpitas City Council. Thus, a key action for council consideration today will be the establishment of an ongoing stakeholder group and the appointment of a council liaison to this group. This will create a forum for concerns to be heard, as well as potential actions to address these concerns can be identified. So I will now turn it over to Deputy City Manager Kano to begin the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide,
Thank you.
please. So as an overview, in today's presentation, we'll be providing you a background and update on the project, specific updates that have occurred since the last time we're in front of the Mayor and City Council in November 2022. Updates on capital improvement, staffing, stakeholder engagement, enforcement of lease violations, services and programs. As Ashwini Kantak also mentioned, we'll have police and fire calls for service updates, discuss the recommendation to establish a stakeholder group of tenants and other stakeholders, and then request council discussion, action, and feedback. Next slide, please. As background, this is a 132-unit permanent supportive housing project at 1000 Hillview Court. It's jointly funded by Santa Clara County and Jamboree Housing Corporation. The county provides ongoing funding for supportive services and contracts with Abode Services to provide on-site services. Jamboree owns the facility and contracts with Domas for property management and Select Security for security services. There have been concerns about increased calls for service and impact on our police and fire resources in Milpitas. And in June 2022, the City Council directed staff to work with the project team and provide quarterly reports to the Mayor and City Council. Staff presented the first quarterly report in August 2022 and the second in November 2022. Should be noted that we did have a quarterly report agendized and posted for the City Council meeting in March of this year. However, it was deferred due to a lengthy agenda, and due to scheduling, we were not able to have another report shortly thereafter. And so you'll be seeing data now for tonight's reports, since it will cover the past 2 quarters. Next slide, please. Wanted to share, especially since some of you weren't on the City Council last year, share with you here in the presentation and also in the agenda report, feedback we had received at the last City Council meeting. That feedback included the request to install a fence between the property and the neighboring property and neighboring business park to improve facility cleanliness and address resident complaints, improving site security and access to the facility. Consider adding staff to the facility management team, improving on-site services, and request for information on the ratio of calls at this location compared to citywide calls for police and fire services in other complexes. This evening, we'll be providing an update on the fence and other improvements, update on new on-site services and staffing, the call comparison for police and fire services, and then updates on meetings with representatives from the Hillview tenant community. With that, I'll turn over to George Searcy with Jamboree for the next several slides in the presentation. And George, can you unmute? There you go.
Good evening, members of the City Council and Mayor. I'm pleased to be back with you again. I just want to note that on my computer, there is a significant delay and echo. So if there are questions, it may be difficult for me to hear them, but I'll do my best. I'm not sure if that's happening for everyone. There are questions, it may be difficult for me to hear them, but 132 units at Hillview Court have now been occupied by 116 residents. 4 of those current tenants have an Milpitas affiliation. And our property management company is Domus Management, who began on May 1st, as you see on the slide. And we have added a new security company, which began on June 1st. And they have been introduced to the residents and are being integrated into our operation. Next slide. So Jamboree has conducted 2 full project scopes that have included property improvements in 2 phases. The first phase conducted in 2000 and 2020 and 2021 amounted to a $1.6 million property improvement plan. You can see what some of the elements of that phase 1 scope of work was. We then moved on in 21 and 22 to a phase 2 plan that included some outdoor community areas with a barbecue and seating. We have a dog run on the premises. We have enclosed some trash enclosures and created some mailbox canopies and done other site upgrades. And from an indoor perspective, we've done the items you see there: community lounge, TV room, improved some services and management offices, and added a computer room. Next slide, please. We are now proposing a phase 3 construction. I believe the highest priority in the next phase of construction that we're currently negotiating our financing with the Office of Supportive Housing of the County of Santa Clara is to add some perimeter fencing in response to a concern by our commercial neighbors to the side of our property. And that's our highest priority. But there, as you can see from this list, there are a number of other additions, including some air conditioning upgrades, additional security cameras inside the facility and in the parking lot. In addition to that, along with the cameras, there is what we refer to as a voice down system, which enables us to have a security company speak directly to people who are observed doing inappropriate activities on the premises. So we expect that based on our experience at other properties, that will add a new layer of security, and we're looking forward to that. We have a roof replacement plan, stairwell upgrades, corridor upgrades, and a number of other improvements, including a redesign of the lobby, the leasing area, and the front entry to the property. Next slide. This is a site map of the property, and you can see highlighted in red here the security fencing. To the right of this map are our commercial neighbors, the office building to that side of the property. To the left of the property is the other motel that continues to operate currently. So you can see highlighted in red on this chart where the proposed fencing is going to be, and we have reviewed this with city staff and our commercial neighbor. Next slide. To give you a sense of what the operations costs are for the operating budget for the property, you can see here our total annual estimated budget, including our rental revenue and other income. Our total revenue is about $3.5 million a year. You can see a number of operating expenses there, including payroll for the staff, with the exception of the abode services staff, property management, the security company, and Jamboree staff on site are included there. An annual budget for repairs and maintenance, which for normal and customary wear and tear on the property, and some administrative costs, contract services for janitorial and other supplies and the like. You can also see down at the bottom, there is a debt service currently that has to be paid on a monthly basis. So that's included in the budget. So the annual budget shows a net income of $234,000, which is only a budget item, obviously. And given the expenses and the ongoing need for additional attention at the property, we are having constant reassessment of, I apologize, I'm hearing my own voice repeated back at me in the echo. So in any case, this is the budget, which deviates probably from the actual expenses on the property as we're currently proceeding to deal with the challenges on the property. So next slide. As we're currently proceeding to deal with the challenges. I'd like to introduce, if Consuelo Hernandez is on the call from the Office of Supportive Housing. Consuelo has been working with our tenant association directly. And in addition to Jamboree staff supporting that effort to stand up our relationship with the tenant association. So if she's on the call, I'd like to turn it over to Consuelo. Our relationship with the tenant association. So if she's on the call, I'd like to turn it over to Consuelo.
George, I don't, this is Matt Kano. I don't see her name on the list here, so.
Okay, great. Well, then I'll just highlight.
I don't see her name on.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, hearing Matt twice. Then I'll just highlight. Yeah, please. Thank you, Matt. Yeah, hearing Matt twice. I'll go ahead then. I'll highlight the activities that have been conducted with the tenant association. I'll go ahead. We have implemented a number of resources at the facility with the advice and support and engagement of the tenant association. You can see a number of items there. The internet service that has been added, some exit alarms that were proving to be very irritating to the residents have been deactivated. We had a number of challenges. We've worked with the fire department on the fire panel that was generating some false alarms in general. So we have addressed that. We've developed grievance procedures, parking and towing policies to address wrongful towing that did occur in at least one situation I know of, and there may have been others, but there's also procedures that have been developed and are in process. So we are addressing some reasonable accommodations and a variety of other activities with the tenant association and their participation. So we are, and with since Consuelo is not here, I'll just move on to the next slide. There have been a number of questions, and we've addressed this, I think, at every meeting with the city council about exactly what the lease violations procedure is. So I wanted to walk through a general description of the lease violation procedure. So I'll go down through this list of items, and of course, when we conclude our presentation, or if someone would like to ask questions, the Jamboree staff will be here to respond to those questions. So when a resident exhibits behavior inconsistent with the lease agreement, property management begins a collaborative dialogue with Jamboree and with the abode case management team to determine if that behavior that is exhibited by the resident can benefit from the services staff support and engage in mediation to see if we can address the issue and cause it to be remedied. Abode reaches out to the residents to offer a tremendous amount of resources and support in an effort to see if that behavior can be corrected that is inconsistent with the lease agreement. and Abode and Jamboree and the Domus property management team all work in concert with one another to attempt to address these questions and behaviors immediately. Now, as a consequence of all of that, property management then will issue either a warning, a lease warning, or a lease violation notice to the residents. And repeated behavioral issues may result in an eviction, which can be supported by the fact that the resident has been receiving legal notices that they're in violation of their lease agreement due to the behavior. For severe behavioral issues, property management can move straight to eviction if the behavior exhibits an immediate threat to the health and safety of either the resident who is exhibiting the behavior or other residents or staff. So that is an option. It does not require for severe behavioral issues that will not lend themselves to intervention or support in order to address the issue. We may move directly to an eviction process. I should note that even in an eviction process, normally there are legal requirements that are contingent on both the property management team and Jamboree as the owner of the property to comply with tenant law. Management can propose a mutual termination agreement, which does happen sometimes when we have concluded that it's in the best interest of the property that a resident needs to relocate. And if the resident agrees to that termination, then it is possible, and it has occurred, that they are able to be relocated in order to find a more appropriate setting for their needs. During the last 2 years, 8 residents have unfortunately been evicted from the property. 3 residents have agreed to a mutual termination. And during that same period of time, most recently, 2 residents currently have pending eviction court dates, which property management has served and is awaiting legal approval for the actual eviction to occur. Next slide. Finally, to conclude Jamboree's portion of this presentation, then I'll turn it over to Katie Fenton from the Abode team. But we do hold bi-weekly public safety meetings. We have been doing that for quite a number of months. And we have at present at that meeting, property management, the Abode services team, Osh County staff, and the Milpitas public safety staff, including fire and police personnel. Captain Williams is here with us tonight, and Chief Schoonover is usually on those calls with us. We have seen over the years trends down in general in terms of the total police time spent on property, although it still is too high for our liking, and I think the residents would agree that we're still trying to improve the property operations, and we are working diligently every week, every day, every month with public safety staff and the resident community there to continuously improve the performance of the property in that regard. And with that, I'll turn it over for an explanation of our services team activities at the property to Katie Fenton. And with that, I'll turn it over for an explanation of.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Katie Fenton from Abode Services. I've got one of my colleagues, Anthony Simon Welch, as well, and he'll be able to answer questions at the end of the presentation with me as well. I want to note the number of the things that have been going on at the site. We put in last quarter's presentation, and I think that information is available in the agenda packet from last time. But we wanted to take a few minutes to talk a little bit about what's happened since then, kind of the things we're seeing, that some of the successes we're seeing, and even some of the growth areas that we're processing. Probably one of the biggest things is communication. And I want to make a note. I heard it said a number of times, and I just want to say it as something that really matters to us at Abode, is ensuring that as much as possible from our perspective, folks feel like this is a place, this is their place to live. This is their home. It's not a facility. It's essentially not a facility. It's a place to live. And that can be really complicated when There are issues that come up that are concerning to folks, and we're trying to really listen and make communication a priority, also to really focus on creating the best living environment that we can within the capacity that Abode has on site and the work that we're trying to do. Part of that means listening. And so in a really not ironic way, being able to say a communication tool to make sure that not only are we listening to our residents, but also that they have the ability to hear from us good things, hard things. So that what we created a couple of months ago was something called a calling post, and it's a mass communication system that sends emails, phone calls, and texts to residents at the site who've opted in. That can be ranging from things like, oh my goodness, there's an emergency, earthquake, whatever, a drill of some kind, that we can communicate with them quickly. That can also mean, oh man, hey, we're going to do this really great thing, this event in the community room. We're going to do a movie. We're going to do an event. We're going to bring someone on site. So really just a chance for folks to hear from us. And then obviously, if there's any kind of urgent need or urgent emergency, that's something that we've been able to create. And we've really found that folks have appreciated that, because one of the dynamics that can exist is a not really clear communication. So it's really important to us to make sure that communication happens. Next slide, please. Additionally, we've put in place Uber rides for medical appointments. It's really important for folks to have access to medical appointments, to be able to make preventative appointments, to be able to do things in the moment as they're important appointments. And that really decreases the amount, we hope, of emergency calls, because ultimately, if folks can do preventative care versus in the moment feeling like there's an emergency need, that can really help. So over 155 rides have been provided to residents for various medical appointments. We really see that that's a really big value to folks at the site, and that's something that we are excited to continue doing. We've also developed a continued partnership with the Valley Healthcare Homeless Healthcare Program. That means that folks, the healthcare program is coming on site. A primary care position is on site twice a month. Additionally, every other week, a registered nurse or an occupational therapist is on site to address medically fragile clients and those who are interested in other kinds of medical care that they don't need to go off site for. And we really are hoping, and again, I realize that sometimes this stuff takes longer than we would like, but we really hope that this will be a way to prevent ongoing EMS calls for things that aren't emergencies, but are just not attended to because someone's unable to get to their appointments. Next slide, please. One of our values also is to provide a number of activities and experiences and accessibility for folks at Hillview. So one of the things we started in May was a Narcotics Anonymous meeting. That's weekly, and it's an open meeting. We also did, and this just happened last week, I unfortunately wasn't able to attend, but I know a number of folks on this call were there, a barbecue kickoff summer event with the police department, the fire department, Domus, Jamboree, Abode, and really just a chance to connect and get to know each other. There's a wonderful outside space at Hillview, and it gets underutilized. So I think we're really trying to think of ways to utilize that part of the building. We also have started Abode's hours typically have been Monday through Friday at least maybe February, March. We changed those hours to include Saturdays and trying to provide more on-site presence for supportive staff so that residents feel like they have someone to talk to, or both to do really enjoyable things and to get resources and help when they need it. We are also looking into this in the summer, doing some focusing on, it's called Sunny Side Up. I thought that was a kind of a cute name to increase educational resources on nutrition and cooking and increasing hydration during the summer. Hopefully this summer won't be as hot as the last one was. And then also trying to increase and do a series of activities around safe and sober activities, increasing community building. I think our real desire in this last several months and ongoing is to really try to listen. We've been a part of the meetings with the Tenants Association that George mentioned, and are really trying to take in the input that we're receiving and try and figure out ways to make adjustments. One of the things that changed fairly quickly after one of the first meetings we had was we moved some of our staff into a front office or front area, and are making sure that folks are there more regularly. So folks at Hillview can wander by and ask for help or receive support, and it's more obvious where our staff is. And that's been something that's really important to us. So with that, I think I'm not actually sure who I'm turning it over to, but that is my presentation. Thanks.
Is there anyone else that would like to
Yes,
speak?
Captain Miller.
Captain Miller is going to speak next. Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members and city staff. It's my pleasure to present the calls for service for the police department at 1000 Hillview Court. If you go to slide 20, please. So this slide here gives a snapshot of activity at 1000 Hillview Court over the past 4 years, dating back to 2020. As has been mentioned in previous council presentations, Project Home Key site was repurposed from an extended stay hotel to a supportive housing unit. So that took place in 2020. So the data for 2020 throughout this presentation will be represented by dark green. For 2021, it'll be in dark navy blue. For 2022, it'll be light blue. And for 2023, which includes May 31st of this year, will be in gray. When we last presented to City Council, we only had the data for calls for service up through October 31st of 2022. So we have since added the remaining data for the rest of 2022, which totaled 466 calls, as well as included data from January 1st of this year, again, up to May 31st. So this year up through May 31st of 2023, we have had 193 calls for service. One thing to point out is that these calls for service do not include standard patrol checks conducted by our officers at the property that do not result in any criminal or suspicious activity being located. It does include events initiated by our officers at the property, as well as calls for service where someone actually called for the police to respond out there. Since January 31st, we've had an average of 39 calls for service each month. One thing to point out is that the 193 calls for service that we've had up until this point is approximately 41% of the total amount of calls for service for all of 2022. Next slide, please. So this slide kind of represents the different categories that the calls for service that we respond out to are broken down into. So it would be very difficult to categorize all the different calls for service, but we feel that the calls that we respond out to kind of fit the categories that are listed there on the left. For example, the category of burglary and theft would include calls such as petty thefts, auto burglaries, stolen vehicles, grand theft. The category of violence would include calls for service such as assault with a deadly weapons, assault and batteries, domestic violence related events, homicides, sexual assaults. And then for calls for service that don't really fit any one of these type of categories, they would fall into the category of other. And examples of calls for service in the other would include individuals being arrested for warrants, public courtesy services that we respond out to, civil disputes, public intoxication, and so on. One thing to note is that all of the calls for service that are highlighted in red, again, are types of calls that have actually happened at the property there at Hillview. Next slide, please. So the intent of this slide is to give a deeper understanding of the types of calls our officers are handling at the Hillview property. One thing to note, again, for 2023, it only includes the data up until May 31st. So we're looking at about 5 months of data compared to an entire year of 2021 and a full year of 2022. Majority of the call types that we respond to fall into, again, the category of other. That was indicated in 2022 with 179. And again, those types of calls are highlighted there, such as warrants, civil problems, 911 hangups, and so on. The second most category was welfare checks, being at 85 for 2022, followed by suspicious activity and disorders. So for the first 5 months of 2023, we're kind of right at the same line, the same numbers as 2022. So, but you can see that they some of the categories are very similar, and we're only 5 months in. Next slide, please. So as mentioned earlier, the total of calls for service for 193 that was on the first slide did not include patrol checks conducted by our officers. So to give an understanding of what a patrol check is versus a self-initiated event by an officer, this is what this slide represents. A patrol check by an officer would be an example of an officer driving through the parking lot looking for criminal activity or suspicious activity taking place and not finding anything. That event would be categorized appropriately by the officer, and the officer would leave. A self-initiated event would be an example of a patrol check where they actually did find something suspicious, such as a stolen vehicle, or they came across an individual with a warrant and it led to an arrest. Those calls would be categorized by the officer, and they would fall into those categories of suspicious activity or other, and they would be what's known as a self-initiated event. So removing the 98 self-initiated events that you see here for all of 2023, if you took those away from the 193 total calls for service, it would say that, yes, 95 times someone called us. So we had 98 events that were initiated by officers, but the remaining 95 calls for service were actual calls to the police department asking for an officer to respond. So right about the 50-50 mark for that. Next slide, please. This slide here kind of categorizes the call types that our officers are coming across or handling, that are the ones that are initiated by them. So as you can see in 2022, the category of other had 63. So again, those are individuals being arrested for warrants, responding out to civil disputes, or handling courtesy service types of calls. For suspicious activity, that was the next highest category. And again, that would be our officers actually patrolling the parking lots, coming across suspicious individuals, finding suspicious vehicles in the parking lot, and that of the sort. As you can see, for 2023, the category of other and the category of suspicious activity are almost identical at 27 and 24. So those are still the same, the two most categories that our officers are initiating events through. Next slide, please. The purpose of this slide is to provide a breakdown of the number of calls for service and the average time spent on those calls for service by our officers each month. So as you can see in 2022, which is represented by the light blue bars, the number of calls from January 1st through May 31st, they kind of had a downward trend. So from July all the way through December, the calls for service there actually started to decrease. But as represented by the gray bars of 2023, we're right around the same number of calls that they had in December of 2022. So it's still consistent right around that 30 to 40 mark. In May of this year, we had a slight increase right around from 40 up into 51 calls for service. The average time spent on calls in 2022 is represented by the blue dotted line. It kind of indicated that towards the end of the year, as you can see, it was trending downward. So the time spent by our officers towards the end of 2022 started to decrease. But as you can see by the gray dotted lines for 2023, it's actually higher than it was in 2022. So we're seeing the times of calls for service and the amount of time that our officers are at the property trending in an upward direction for the first 5 months of this year. Next slide, please. So as I know that the previous slide was kind of difficult to interpret, but this is a snapshot of the average number of calls for each month for 2021, 2022, and current date up through May 31st of this year, as well as the average time spent for those calls and the average total time that we have spent at the property. So as you can see, for all of 2022, the average time spent on calls was at the 44:59 mark. Right now, currently through May 31st of this year, we're at 44:53, so it's pretty identical. And the average calls for service for the entire year of 2022, which is 45.7, is pretty consistent with what we've been seeing for the first 5 months of this year at 45.4. Next slide, please. The purpose of this slide is to kind of give a comparison of the amount of calls and the type of calls that we were responding to at Hillview compared to all the other apartment complexes throughout the city of Milpitas. The boxes that are outlined in red represent the highest number for that category. So for example, at Hillview, we have responded to 35 disorder types of calls, which is higher than in any other apartment complex through the city. The total calls on the right there for 226 are the most. One thing to point out that this actually does include those patrol checks that are conducted by our officers, which you see is 34. But as you can see, our officers do conduct patrol checks at other apartments such as Toronto, which is at 35, as well as the Edge apartments, which is at 29. So where there is suspicious or criminal activity taking place, our officers are there patrolling or conducting patrol checks in an attempt to kind of mitigate and thwart it. And that's why those patrol checks are there. As a comparison, Hillview, as was previously mentioned, I think by George, it has 132 units. An apartment complex that's similar to size throughout in Milpitas is the 555 apartment complex, which actually has 141 units. So you can see there's a difference in the total calls based upon an apartment complex of similar sizes. Next slide, please. And with that, I believe I will turn it over to Chief Schoonover for the firefighter or the fire department calls for service.
Thank you, Captain Miller. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Jason Schoonover, your fire chief. On this first slide, what I'd like to share is just basically a 3-year snapshot of fire department calls for service. As you can see in the top right-hand corner of the slide, in 2020, the fire department responded to 30 calls for service. In 2021, we responded to 77 calls for service. And in 2022, we concluded the year with 196 calls for service. If I can take you to the bottom of the slide, what this does is just breaks down by month, 2022 incidents, starting on the left-hand side with the month of January 2022. The fire department started off the year with 7 calls for service to 1000 Hillview. And as you can see in the far right, in the month of December, we concluded the year with 29 calls for service. Next slide, please. Same slide here, but this is for 2023. So again, as you can see, if you go to the bottom of the slide, we started the year, January of this year, 25 calls for service. February, we had 18. March, we had 12 calls for service. April, we had 15, and we concluded the month of May with 27 calls for service for a total of 97 incidents to date in 2023. Next slide, please. So this is just a breakdown of the fire department types of calls for service. So if you take a look at the left-hand column, we've got the call category, and on the right, we've provided some examples. So I'll start at the top with our EMS calls, emergency medical services. That is the majority of the calls for service that we respond to, not only in the city, but also to 1000 Hillview. So this is basically any emergency medical service call we get, anything from a cardiac event, such as a heart attack. It could be a diabetic emergency. It could be somebody who's suffered a traumatic injury. That's going to fall under our EMS category. If I can take you down from below EMS, that's our alarm call category. So this is essentially our fire alarms. This is, somebody who could is maybe cooking in their unit, leaves food on the stove. The smoke alarm is activated. It triggers the alarm system, and that obviously triggers a fire department response to each one of those events. Below the alarm category, you'll see fire. So this is essentially going to be an actual, building or structure fire that's kind of moved beyond the unit, or it could be in a common area. And then below that, we've got a call category for hazard. So this is essentially our hazardous condition. This could be a response for a hazardous materials response. This could be a resident that calls and complains of some type of chemical odor. We would obviously come out and monitor the air and check to make sure there was no hazardous condition that existed. And then lastly, at the bottom, you'll see our call category other. This is really our catch-all call category. This is could be anything from invalid assist. So those are kind of what we call our low acuity calls for maybe a patient with limited mobility that needs assistance from the fire department moving from one area of their apartment to the other. That is a service we provide. And then you'll see another example, elevator rescues, somebody who's trapped in an elevator. The fire department will come out and assist them. And then you'll see smoke removal. Occasionally, we will go out and provide like commercial fans to help evacuate smoke out of their unit if they've had like a small cooking fire and they just need to get the smoke out of their residence. Next slide, please. So what this does is just gives you kind of a breakdown by month for 2020 through 2023 to date. So I'll take you down to January, for example, in the left-hand side of this slide. You'll see, for example, in 2020, the fire department responded to 1 call for service. In 2021, we responded to 1 call for service. And then in 2022, we responded to 7. And then you see in 2023, we bumped up to 25 calls for service. And you can see that trend really does continue through May, where we've got the most current data. Next slide, please. So what you'll see here is Milpitas fire incident type. So really the majority of the calls for service that we respond to, as you can see in this slide, are first and foremost is going to be emergency medical service calls. And then next to that, you'll see the fire alarm calls. So as you can see, for example, 14 calls for service in 2020 for EMS. And then in 2021, we responded to 66 calls for service. In 2022, we responded to 141 EMS related incidents. And to date, in 2023, we responded to 55. And then if you move over to the right, we've got the fire alarm category. You'll see 2020 responded to 14 fire alarms. 2021 responded to 8. In 2022, responded to 42 fire alarms. And to date, in 2023, we've responded to 36 fire alarms. Next slide, please. So what this does is just really capture fire operations staff time, and we're measuring it in minutes. So as you can see in this table here, in 2020, the fire department spent approximately 1,039 minutes on scene responding to incidents at 1,000 Hillview. In 2021, we bumped up to 1,815 minutes. And then you can see a pretty dramatic spike in 2022. For the total year, we spent 9,457 minutes of operation staff time. And to date in 2023, we're currently at 2,040 minutes. Next slide, please. So what this slide kind of indicates here is it just gives you really it's a 24-hour cycle. So basically a full day. And the easiest way, I think, to interpret this slide is to go down to the bottom where you'll see in bold total. And then you've got the bold numbers in the bottom going from left to right. So for example, between midnight and 2 a.m. in the year 2022, the fire department responded to 13 calls for service. And if you look at from basically noon to 2 p.m., we responded to 20 calls for service. So really what we're trying to capture here is that there's really not a deviation in call volume based on the time of day. Call volume is pretty consistent throughout the night and throughout the day. Next slide, please. And then same slide, but this captures the 2023 data that we have to date. So again, as you can see, if you go to the bottom under total, really a pretty consistent pattern in terms of calls for service. We get calls for service at night. We get calls for service early in the morning, mid-afternoon, all the way through the evening. And you can see there that we've got the 97 calls for service total for 2023. Next slide, please. And that does conclude the fire department data. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Matt Cano, Deputy City Manager. Again, I have a few more slides. These next few slides are discussing establishing a potential stakeholder group. So as some background, on May 22nd last month, a tenant did email the City Council and other stakeholders alleging significant issues related to safety, property management, and on-site services. A few days later, on May 26th, our City Council did send a letter to Supervisor Audit Lee of the county requesting assistance, and we're still waiting a response from that letter. On May 31st, city staff, along with many other partners at the site on this call, did attend a meeting at the property and heard similar concerns from several tenants. And we continue to get ongoing concerns from the adjacent business park. Next slide, please. Stakeholder group. Based on prior council feedback, community concerns, and continued high number for public safety calls, staff is recommending establishing a stakeholder group. This group could include representatives from the project team, tenants, the community, the county supervisor's office, county staff, and the city of Milpitas. Once established, this group could decide meeting frequency, objectives, and issues to be addressed. Next slide, please. I won't list them all here, but this is a potential list of stakeholder group members from the county, Jamboree, Abode, other providers on site, and representatives from the tenant association, of course, as well, and adjacent businesses for your consideration. Next slide, please. Next steps are to identify key stakeholders and convene a stakeholder group, assuming city council supports that idea. And for the project team to implement the phase 3 improvements that Mr. Searcy discussed, including the fence between 1000 Hillview Court and the adjacent business park. Next slide, please. So our recommendation this evening is to receive the report on the Home Key project at 1000 Hillview Court and establish a stakeholder group and appoint a council liaison to that stakeholder group. And next slide, please. And that concludes the presentation. I'd like to return it to Acting City Manager Kantak for some closing remarks.
Thank you, Matt. So I just wanted to note Consuelo from the county's supportive housing office who couldn't get on previously because of some technical difficulties. She is wanting to present along with a couple of tenants. They would like to speak to the council. So if we could just go back to slide 11, I believe, and they have some brief remarks.
Thank you, Ashwini, and good evening, City Council members. Consuelo Hernandez, Director with the Office of Supportive Housing. I'm sorry that my computer crashed just as our presentation was starting. We wanted to share with you that at your November City Council meeting, we did have some representatives from the Tenants Association that called in during the public portion of the discussion to provide comments. And we wanted to give them an opportunity to introduce themselves to you. And we wanted to share that we have implemented some, not all, of the items that we discussed with the Tenants Association since that November meeting. There are also some things in here that we have described as being implemented, but I wanted to point out that they are still there's still a lot of work that we need to do. For instance, bullet point number 4 under implemented, we did develop a new grievance procedure with Jamboree as the lead in receiving those grievances, but the Tenants Association and actually city staff have shared with us that the process is not completely clear. So we do want to go back and revisit that with the Tenants Association. And so we would qualify that as still in process and pending. It's just one example. And Lori and Lisa, if you are ready to share just a few points with the council, now would be the time to either raise your hand so that you can be promoted to a panelist, or if you're on already, if you wouldn't mind sharing your thoughts.
Hi, I think we're on. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, we have 3. We're in my room, but I have 2 other residents here with me, and I'd like to introduce Lori first to speak.
Yeah, my name is Lori.
And, the camera.
Oops. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So I am a tenant here at Hillview, and we've been working together to try to form some kind of cooperation with property management and with Abode and Jamboree services and so forth, because there's a lot of things that, we're not, we weren't in agreement for or with, and there's just been a lot of just outcry from tenants and so forth that their feelings of unsafe and just that they're not being heard. So as far as working with Jamboree and with Abode and so forth, with Consuelo's help, She's been very helpful with that. And however, there are still many things that are still needing to be addressed that are major concerns for our safety. And that's first and foremost. And that's, you know, we need to have some kind of understanding as soon as possible. It's not something that we can like have linger continually. I mean, that should be the number one priority, is our safety and getting the security issue resolved and know exactly what it is, you know, that security is supposed to do. And we still at this point don't have any idea as to what it is that security's role is for us in our building. Go ahead, Michelle.
Michelle.
I just wanted to respond to the, you know, city staff or city staff's concern about the cost for the fire and police. And I can tell you right now that they're painting, I mean, the building is being painted in a bad light because last year the property management had to pay a $7,000 fine to the fire department for false alarms. That's not, you know, and I don't know about you, but when you burn toast, does the fire department respond to your house? Because that's what happens when somebody sets off the smoke detector, the fire department comes. So, I mean, how many of those are 196? So I think that something needs to be, you know, addressed, that, you know, what they call false alarms is a smoke detector going off. You know, that's what I call a false alarm when there's not an actual fire. But the fire department still has to come all the way out here. And I understand why they're having a problem with that, because that's costs a lot of money. Now, you know, well, yeah, they haven't fixed, you know, the problem is still there. The problem is that when the smoke detector goes off where you're burning your toast, the fire department has to come out. So that's something that they need to address on a different level. But I'm saying that's, you know, I understand where city staff is having a problem with the amount of money it costs to send the fire department out here for somebody burning their toast. The other thing I want to address is the security here is non-existent. It has improved a little bit in the last week or two since we've gotten new security, but the security is not here to secure anything. They won't intervene. They won't even walk around and tell people, hey, what are you doing? Do you live here? They won't do anything, you know, and it's been so bad for so long, you know, it's sad, because that's half of the problem here, is because we have no security. We have security guards that don't do anything. So how are you supposed, you know, no wonder you put all these people who come off the streets and you put them in one location and you don't offer any security. Well, of course, you know, what are they going to do? They're going to revert to crime, you know? So I just think that some really big issues are just, you know, Consuela and the Office of Support Services have been great at meeting with us and trying to address some of these issues. There's some really big gaps in what's going on down here, what's really going on. That's all I have to say.
All right, now me. I trying to squeeze everybody into the same little screen here. I want to thank everybody and City Council for listening to the Tenants Association. I want to thank Abode has really stepped up and has been being more receptive to the residents. One of the things I did want to touch on, Katie, is I am part of that text alert thing. I have not gotten a text in over a month since Deborah left. It's not being used. So it is in place, but it's not being used. Instead, we get very abrupt cop knocks on the door about meetings that are coming up, and kind of alarming at times. So I would wish that text chain could be used more often. Also, as far as the construction plans coming up, one of the things that is very, very concerning to me and is immediate is that there's only one door in the whole building that works with a handicap placard. You know, the little pad you push to open up for the handicap door. It is not the front door. It is only the back door that goes to the mailboxes. I understand that we're waiting for construction and, you know, all of this, understand the process thing. But in the meantime, our people that have disabilities are struggling to get in and out of the doors. There's no handicap placard for them to even get out to the courtyard, into the kitchen, to, you know, enjoy the rest of the property. There's only one door in the whole building that has a handicap pad for people in wheelchairs to get in and out of. I watch them struggle every day. It is one of my pet peeves. People with disabilities should be allowed to enjoy their entire building unit. So those are the things, and I want to take this opportunity. I was the one that sent out that eye-opening email, and I'm glad that I have gotten a response. Sometimes you have to throw a bomb at things to get things moving. And I appreciate everybody here in this meeting right now for helping this to be a successful, growing community that's part of the entire Milpitas community, because we are your constituents, we are your community, and we want to, you know, there's a lot of very good tenants here. We have our issues, but you know, I just want, I guess, the public to know that, you know, we are trying here, and with everybody's help, sooner or later we'll get it. But I appreciate you all. Thank you.
So we're done with our staff presentation and available for questions.
Well, thank you very much, everyone, for all the presenters that presented. And thank you for the tenants, because, you know, we heard it straight from you. And you all have a right to live in a safe and clean environment. And I'm really thankful that you were able to come up and speak to the council. And I, you know, one of the reasons why we're here is we want to see what's going on. We want to see the facts. We also want to create the stakeholder group so that way we can be hands-on and find out what exactly is going on in there. And we want to help, because we want to make this home key one of the best models for the county. We're here to try to make it work. And to find out how to make it work is we need to be there. So again, thank you for that. I do have a question for Mr. Searcy. You know, most apartments have managers that live on the site. Is there a reason why there is not, or is there a manager that lives on the site 24/7? Or that question was for Mr. Searcy.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we do have an on-site manager, the same as most of the apartments that you mentioned.
But do they live there, or is that not?
Yes, ma'am. They do live there.
They live there. Okay. All right. But I wasn't sure if they did or not.
No, thank you.
Okay, and
Yeah,
then,
thanks for the question.
Okay. And then the fencing, you know, because we've been getting a lot of complaints from the business community there. And, you know, it was recommended that a fence go in there, and it does look like there is going to be a fence. Do you know what the timeline is on that corridor?
Well, I would defer to the county who is driving our process to secure the funding to do it. But unless Consuelo has other information or other insights, I would say that we're estimating we will close the financing process perhaps we expect to do it next month. Again, this is all hypothetical until that actually happens. But currently we expect to close the financing and then come to the city for the permitting process. The staff have been very forthcoming with their assistance, their encouragement. We've been talking to the owner of the property next door. We're quite clear on what their priorities are. And so we would hope to begin, if all things go well, to begin the work itself in September. Could be sooner, could be later, but that's our current estimated timeline, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, there has been several complaints of people going to the property, sometimes urinating on the front steps, the door entrance, and using their restrooms without permission. So we need to make sure that some type of control is in there. I did have another question, but I'll I'll ask my colleagues if they want to have any questions. Is there any questions from my colleagues?
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. For George, you mentioned that managers live on site. Who's the current manager right now, or is there multiple managers? What's the situation look like?
Well, there's an on-site manager, and my staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe there's also an on-site maintenance manager who also resides on-site. So there are two staff.
I really have to intervene here, George. If we do have a new on-site live-in manager, he started within the last week living here because we do not see him at night on the weekend. We do not have a live-in maintenance person. So I just want to keep everything honest and upfront with City Council here that since Hyder left, we have not had a live-in manager or maintenance person. And if we have, it's been within the last week.
Well, then I don't want to get into a give and take. I do know that there has been a turnover of the property management company. So relocating the manager to actually living on the property may take a process. It is planned that there is supposed to be a permanent residential manager and a permanent residential maintenance person. Although the transition between our past management company and the current management company may create a delay. So I'm sorry, Mr. Council Member, what was the other part of your question?
What company are you contracted with right now?
Domus Property Management.
Okay, and how long have they started with you guys?
I think the
started in May.
Yeah, thank you, Gene. They just began 30 days ago.
Okay. If there's still the partner that is contracted with you, the next time you present to council, we'd love to hear from them. I understand that they're newer, but I think it's important that we have that dialogue with them, just so everyone's in the loop. And then I have a question about the evictions that if there are any, if you can describe what some of that entails to the limit that you can.
I can speak to that, council member. This is Ginoa. I am the Senior Director of Asset Management. Like an example of an eviction that we would typically enforce is if a resident does something that's health and safety, whether that's attacking staff members or other members of the apartment complex, we would first give them a warning, a lease violation. And at that point, we work with our resident services and case management to intervene to see if we could seek help for this resident and create a behavioral contract. If this incident happens again, and by that, we'll give another lease violation with another chance of intervention. And by the third or fourth one, that's when we would recommend an eviction, and that would go through the legal process.
Okay.
I would just add a thought to that, council member. It's while it is possible that a resident who assaults another person, whether it's a staff person or another resident, could indeed be engaged in a process of trying to remediate the issue that the resident has. If there is a perception or an assessment by the staff team, which would include property management, with the consultation of abode services, that there is a real threat to health or safety. Or, for example, if, as Captain Miller does in our biweekly calls, if we identify that there's a persistent problem or challenge with a particular household, and we have not been successful in addressing that, and a behavior that is represented by something like a physical assault or threats to another resident, it is quite possible that we can move direct to an eviction, again, based on the assessment of whether or not that the situation really represents a case of behavior that just represents an unacceptable threat to the health and safety and well-being of all the residents. So it's difficult to do a hypothetical because in one situation that may sound the same is not indeed assessed the same, and every individual is different, every case is different. And so I would say the evidence that we have is that people are evicted. Some cases are a series of behaviors that cannot be remediated. And so we come to the conclusion that this is not a fitting or appropriate or supportive environment for that person. And in other cases, there's just unacceptable behaviors that do represent, in our opinion, a physical threat to the health and well-being of our residents and our staff, and we move straight to eviction. So it can happen either way. Would you agree, Gene?
Yes, I agree. Mhm.
Thank you.
So who has the final say on
The legal authority by law is the property management company, who is responsible to implement the legal obligations of a landlord in the state of California under tenant law. So the property management company actually technically would have the final say, with obviously input from Jamboree and other parties as we consult with them, including our services team and others.
And also including our legal counsel too.
And our attorney, yeah.
Yeah.
I see. And what happens if there's stakeholders who you can't come to consensus as to a tenant should be evicted or not? How do you come to terms? Yeah.
If it's a constant disruption to the community, if we feel like it's affecting not only that person's well-being, but the people around that person within the apartment complex, if it's repeated and is causing a huge disruption to that community, that'll be one of the major indicators.
I think the reason I ask is, we want to make sure that there's a sense of follow-up, a sense of accountability for the bad actors. And if it's such the case that, they present a clear and present threat to the public welfare, including the residents, the tenants there, we would want to see some action taken. And I know that you've turned over the management company a couple of times, or the partners a couple of times, but I would like our public safety to be able to communicate with the new partners and yourself when individuals pose that threat, because at the end of the day, we have access to case files and reports and whatnot that might not be present otherwise. A lot of it can just be anecdotal, but here we have an analysis and testimonies and whatnot. And I think in doing so, it would create a much stronger sense of collaboration there and bring tenants some peace of mind for those problem tenants, the bad eggs that ruin it for everyone.
No, we totally agree with you, and that's why one of the things that we're starting to implement more is to have meet and greets with our residents, with like PD and the fire department. And I understand everybody wants us to move with a sense of urgency, and we're trying our best. And one of the things I would like this audience to keep in mind is, even if we wanted to evict somebody, it takes about 4 to 6 months because of the court system and how long it takes to process the whole eviction process to go through it properly. So I just want everybody to keep that in mind.
Sure. Yeah, I just want to, some sense of accountability, whether that be, eviction or whatever it is that makes the most sense for the tenants. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Councilor Fan. Is there any of my other colleagues that would like to speak? I see Council Member Barbadillo.
I have a problem, really, right? Prior to me getting on the council in 2020, I heard about this project. Nothing I've heard short of what I'm hearing today. It's been, 3.5 years? I'm still hearing the same problem, looking at the same report. And what I'm hearing with the people who spoke today is that, hey, it's a new management. Hey, the property management is the one doing this. The tenants are saying, hey, there's a gap between what's going on and reality. Well, things has to be done. This presentation should not just be us receiving a report. We have to have an idea how would the city help in solving this problem. So that's what I want to hear. One speaker says it's, the report, I'll take that. The report from our public safety, as early as June of 2023, were already high and doubled as compared to last year. We look at the kinds of calls that we have, and it's a mixture. All I see on the managements and the owner of the properties report, if you look at their nice presentation, what's new, it's about texting, it's about fans, but I haven't heard any participation from other stakeholders like the county, what kind of social services, what kind of things they would address the root cause of what's going on in Hillview. There are mental illnesses. There are unexplained actions of the tenants. Why are we not looking at those in social services perspective? We're looking at evicting them. We're looking at arresting them. We're looking at making sure that they abide with a certain action. But I think the problem is deeper than that. And this is the accountability of the county. That's just the truth, right? The tenants themselves had said it's a segment of the society who particularly lives in that community, but they are part of the community. And if you hear what other community outside that community is saying, there is a disconnect. So I believe the solution is look at services. Look at services that addresses emotions, look at programs that diverts actions into good deeds. And that's the solution here. Not evicting people, not disconnect. So that's what I want to hear. What can the county do in cooperation with the city to improve Hillview community? And I haven't heard that. So anybody could respond, especially the owners and the property management, on what we believe. And in the county, what do we believe to finally make a starting point of improvement on what's going on in Hillview?
Well, thank you for the comments. I'll try to respond, council member, as best I can. First, let me just say that I apologize for a bit of a misstatement. I know that we have two property management residential units at the property. So I know that we have previously had the site manager there. But I want to be clear that I'm not confirmed who is currently planned to reside at the property, but I know that there are maintenance staff who are planned to be residing at the property. So I just wanted to respond to some previous comments that I made to make sure that I'm being as clear and factual as I can. So thanks for that opportunity. And then let me say, to provide some context, I would say that for 2 years, the property was beginning to fill up in a fairly methodical but slow ramp up. So as of last year, the property essentially got its full complement of tenants who became our residents. So over a 2-year period of time, we slowly increased the population at the property, which I think even Chief Hernandez has addressed that before. Some of the increase in calls have been related to a new group of tenants having moved into the property over a period of time. But that's not an explanation for the consistent maintenance of the increased calls. So what we have done over the last year, I would say, Katie, is we've engaged with the county and with the abode services who are providing both clinical and behavioral health supports. I see Anthony is also on the call here along with Katie, so they may want to address what the services are that are being provided there. We have implemented about a year ago, Captain Miller, a bi-weekly call to make sure that we were communicating and designing a constant flow of communication with our public safety partners and officials to ensure that we're hearing what they say and trying to take their feedback and implement that. We decided over a period of time that our property management operator, who had succeeded the early property management company, was just not meeting our expectations, nor the residents. So we have replaced them to attempt to be responsive and to improve the outcomes that we're getting. We have designed, with the county support, a complete new scope of work for improvements to the property, including the security features, which I referred to earlier in my presentation, that will add dozens of security cameras and voice down control systems to address public safety issues in the exterior and interior of the public spaces at the property. So I would say we're doing a tremendous amount in trying to do it in cooperation with both the residents, our service partners at Abode, with the county's team who is constantly engaging with us, with your police department, with your fire department. And I think we have a tremendous commitment to address these questions. And to our constant concern, we have not made as much progress as we would have liked to make by this point, but we are convinced that the team there is committed to do it, and we're working as diligently as we can in partnership with both the resident community there and your public safety officials, council member.
Right, I'm disturbed with that answer. You know, you say that you have done a tremendous thing, but you are not moving. So where's the disconnect? What's the problem? If you keep on promising every time that we ask for a report that this is what you're doing, and at the same time, and at the same instance, we receive and hear the same problem. So when are we going to move? What efforts? You said that there's efforts in coordination with the county, but you're not saying what you did with the county to improve our lives. You say you slowly put tenants in there. Well, that should be an advantage because the inflow of tenants growing slowly should be a time for you to prepare and avoid all of this problem. So what's wrong? What's wrong? If I ask the tenants now, it's just on in less than a month when they said there's a lot of things wrong and they had been existing in that premise for the last 2.5 years. I haven't heard any concrete. How about the county? Would the county speak about that? What have you done? We wrote the supervisor about the problem, and for sure there's been reports going to the county on what the city and the community of Milpitas has issues with what's going on. But until now, we have not have an answer. The answer is we're tremendously doing things. We'll get there. Just be patient. We are being impatient right now. The community is. We need explanation. Did we go to this project unprepared? If it is, then go back to the drawing boards and do it again. Let's do it right. It's stressing our public safety. Nonetheless, to say it's stressing city funds. So unless one of these stakeholders gets accountable and admit that this is what's wrong instead of passing it to another stakeholder, we cannot solve the problem. So that's what I want to hear. What have we done other than what you have done that hasn't worked yet? There's still tenants. Probably if I go to the Home Key hotel right now, I will still hear the same problems as what they're echoing now. So how about anybody from the county that would address, what's the problem and help us figure out the solution?
Thank you, Council Member. If I may, through the Mayor, Consuelo Hernandez, Director with the Office of Supportive Housing. If it's appropriate, I can respond to the Council Member.
Yes, please.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to, and I realize, Council Member, that you haven't had the benefit of some of our previous updates. So I will try to make this short. So if you can imagine, the property had an obligation of meeting a home key deadline 6 months after it was acquired. So the property was acquired in November 2020. We moved in 50% of the building by a deadline that HCD at the state set of March 2021. The majority of those people that moved into the building, they left and moved to a different property. So we started initiating a lease up of the balance of the building that summer of 2021. And as people move in and people move out of the building, one of the observations that George shared is at the same time that people are moving in and out, new people come in, they don't know the rules. So that adds to the calls for service. At the same time, the team has been responsive in identifying a new property management company. We're on our third property management company, and they just started a few months ago. There were issues with the security company. They're being responsive. We're on our third security company. So it's not a function of not being ready. It's a function of we enter into contracts with certain organizations. If they do not deliver, we have to follow the contract that dictates how we terminate and how we change. And that does take time. And that is what George is saying. The team has been tremendously responsive. The outcomes of that response take time to see. It typically takes a property 3 years to stabilize. And this property has gone through 3 changes. So it's going to take some time for it to stabilize the way that some of our other properties have. I think one of the benefits of coming together is that we're actually working on solving issues and identifying the problems, as you have, council member, where you're from your lens and what you're seeing, you've identified the need to provide additional resources for services. We are definitely open to working with the partners to figure out what is it that's missing. We heard from the Tenants Association saying, great, you have you've implemented these tools, but you're not using them. And that's where I think if we can work together to solve the problems, that we can actually start to make some traction. And we had a first meeting with the Tenants Association and all of the stakeholders this afternoon, and we realized 30 minutes is not enough for that meeting, and maybe we need to extend it. So there's activity happening, council member. It's just the outcomes and the results, they aren't always going to be correlated with increase of service and a decrease in calls. I think that's probably the missing thing that is, how do we give the council and how do we give this team the opportunity to make the changes, see the actual impact of those changes, and come back to council with a report that actually reflects the impact of those changes? Because right now, you're getting an update every 3 months. It's taking us that long just to change from one property management company to the other. It doesn't really give the new property management company the opportunity to deliver on what we've agreed to. And so I think also trying to figure out what is the cadence of these updates to the council so that you can actually see some results from this team.
Right. So we did operate on a deadline opening this project, and we did change three property management. That's the past, right? So I agree with you. Let's work together, but let's avoid blaming the past already. We're here, there's residents here. They are as they claim, they are members of the Milpitas community, and we have to take care of them, right? So regardless of, a property management did not do their job or not, there's a tenant, there is a community that's waiting, that's being affected. So that's just my point. So, all right, let's give it a try. Let's give it a harder push. Let's see. Let's communicate with the tenants now that they're organized, because they're the spokesperson of those 132 tenants of the facility, the housing. So listen to them, and hopefully the next time that we receive a report, you are singing the same tune. Not that there's a disconnect, because only then, when the tenants feel the change based on the hard work that you have been promising, that's the only time that we can feel and realize on part of the city, because there will already be a decline in public safety calls. There's going to be less stress on public funds. That is the measure when things are working with the HomeKey project. So I don't know how long, but to me, 3 years is too long. We are at 80% capacity. There's just a few more. And if we let the same thing happen when we have 100% occupancy on that, then we will hear the same thing. Start listening to the tenants. Let's work together, especially the county and the owners and the new property management. Hopefully this will be the last property management. Otherwise, the next one would start brand new, and we will never get to where we want to be. So I applaud the tenants for speaking up. I read that email, and that's something that we do. You communicate, you voice out until people listen, and there will be a resolution. So with the public safety and fire, thank you for all the responses. But let's try to not just enforce the law, right? As I said, I see this as a deeper problem. Because if an action is not being corrected by commensurate punishment, it means that there's something else deeper. Maybe it's mental health, maybe it's stress of life, and those are the programs that we need to incorporate to solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Barbadillo. And I do agree that you need to get to the root of the problem. And it seems like the ball is in the county's court. The county is mandated to provide these social services to the residents. And we need to make sure, and I really do commend the residents, and I believe you, the residents, because you live there. You are living that. So I'm gonna call on Councilmember Chua. Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. I hear what Councilmember Fan and Councilmember Barbadillo and Mayor. This is like the frustration is there because we keep hearing the same thing for the last 2.5 years, and the data does not show any improvement from the data from our police and our fire. When we read that email from the tenant, and thank you tenants for being so courageous of doing that, we immediately called a emergency meeting with our public safety officers and our staff, because we hear you. There is an immediate need because there is an immediate threat to the safety of our residents in that location. So we're frustrated. I'm frustrated too, because all of us here. So we don't even know who we can talk to or who we can ask to help. You know, granted, we've been asking this at the supervisor level. We're not getting any response. So now I'm going to ask our city attorney. Besides litigation, can we identify these entities that we can litigate to make things happen? This is urgent. We can't sit back and do nothing. We have to do something. So, City Attorney Motelipasi.
So my office is certainly looking into what remedies and options are open to the city as things move forward. As we complete that research, we will brief the council in individual briefings.
What are those actions that you were thinking about that we can maybe sue somebody? We don't even know who to sue to make this happen.
Well, there could be options that would involve litigation. There could be options that would involve enforcement of specific codes or laws. It's something that would need to be considered by the council before we move forward.
Because the way I see it, the basic is non-performance, is specific non-performance of certain tasks. That's why this thing is going on forever. So I leave that up to you to write an info memo on how we can proceed with this, because it needs to be done. It is to be immediate. Thank you.
We'll certainly look into that and provide that for you.
Right. So we'll wait on that one. And thank you, Mayor.
Next, we have Councilmember Lynn.
Thank you. This question is for George. When you presented the financial statement and you mentioned there's $235,000 in income, in net profit, would you share with us who get to keep those income, those money, and if it's the home key, and if that goes to the county, can we use that money to bring programs to home key to help the residents?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. I would say that what you're looking at on the screen is a budget. I would defer to my colleague, Jean, although it says on the screen his name is Julie. That is not correct. That's actually Jean, who is using Julie's login. But I would defer to Jean to explain what the current operations actually look like as opposed to the budget, and where net operating income gets distributed to in the case that there is actually in the profit and loss statement of the property operations, the difference between what you're looking at, which is the budget, and the actual property operations funding, where the any net income would flow to should there actually be net income at the end of the year. So, Jean, do you have any comments on that? Or I'd also defer to Consuelo if she has any other insights about it, but let me start with Jean.
Yeah, I don't have that in front of me, and I don't want to misspeak, but that's something I could certainly look into and get back to the group, unless somebody on this call knows offhand.
There you go.
And thank you, council member, for the question. Again, this is Consuelo. My apologies that I'm not on a video. So the property, the way that it's financed includes a loan from the county to the property through our housing bond. This is the 2016 Measure A Affordable Housing Bond that was passed by the voters in 2016. If there is any residual receipts or any net cash flow after all of the expenses have been paid, a portion of that is used to pay off the county's loan, which we use that money to then fund other affordable housing developments across the county. Because this property hasn't been stabilized, I agree with Jean that we can definitely look at the actuals and report that back to the council or through staff on what the current cash flow is, because we're also trying to wrap up the financing, as George mentioned earlier. Any money that is left over or any residual receipt payments that would come to the county, we would prioritize those dollars first to finish the phase 3 construction work that, you know, the residents have shared with us, and they're on to agree or disagree with my statement. There are some really key things that we've identified that the property needs as part of phase 3 that we would want to make sure that those get funded without having to borrow more money from a different lender, which would cost the project. And then we would have to find different funding sources for that.
Okay, thank you for that. Another question I have was, first I want to thank Katie from Abode, yes, for all the free Uber rides and the services to the residents on site. Now, after you have all those services to the home key residents, do you see any improvements? And do we have a way to identify who are the problem tenants?
Yeah, I can take a stab at trying to answer that. I want to make sure I understand your question, because I think first and foremost, obviously, someone's medical dynamics are confidential, and so we're not necessarily going to evaluate someone's medical conditions based on whether or not they take an Uber ride to a medical appointment. But I think maybe your larger question is, how do we really focus on supporting residents who seem really to be struggling, and whether that's with mental health, whether that's with physical health. Our team on site, it works with participants as much as they want. Some participants really want to work with us, some don't, and that's just real. Our services that are on site are not mandatory, but we really do what we can to make them accessible and interesting and create rapport and connection with residents. And when that happens, they are more likely to want to talk about the things that are really troubling them. That ranges, we have folks on our staff team who have the phrase is sort of lived experience. So folks who've been through similar, but maybe not the same circumstances as folks who live at the site, and they're around to have conversations and to brainstorm and problem solve some of the concerns that they have. We have struggled, and I'll be transparent, we've struggled with staff retention with mental health clinicians because it's one of the hardest jobs in the world. And every agency in Santa Clara County that I know of is struggling with it. And so we've gone through some transition there, but we've been really working hard to supplement that. In fact, I know today, 2 of the mental health clinicians on our team were actually on the site triaging a pretty hard situation with some of the residents. So I think from our perspective, we are trying to build really strong rapport, really ensuring that staff know who the residents are, and really trying to create services that are accessible and attractive to allow the trust to be built. Did I answer your question?
Yes, you did. And that's exactly what I wanted to find out. Although you provided the services, do you see if the problems gets better?
Sure.
And are those problems the same, the same tenants again and again, or is it different every time? And this is the same for police and fires calls too. Do we identify, let's say, unit number 123 versus the next call 157? We do have records of it, right?
Yes, from a case management perspective, absolutely. So we're very aware when we're very we spend a lot of time as a team trying to triage when there is a particular resident that's really struggling. So absolutely. I think I won't speak on behalf of fire and PD, but I know from our perspective, our goal is to help people move forward, not move backwards. So yes, but I think it's also not, and I don't mean to, I'm not trying to be cagey in my answer, but I think it's really hard to quantify the data because ultimately we're talking about people's mental health, people's physical health. So we absolutely have data on some of that, but there's going to be some gap because it's not a data-based question, it's a person-based question.
Right, but if we identify the problem and the person, we then can provide the services to the right source, right?
Of course.
Now, with 9,457 minutes of fire's time responding to response to the calls, imagine for the staff to put those reports together. Now, do we know how much time of the staff's time to produce the report? To add on to 9,457 minutes of 2022 spent on home key project.
Councilmember.
I guess.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Councilmember, this is Jason Schoonover, Fire Chief. So just in terms of, tabulating the staff time to generate the reports, I can share that we do have a senior analyst that does allocate a couple hours a week to make sure that we're tracking data and that it's available, typically, Tuesday of each week. And we go over that data, analyze it, measure it, and measure it to the previous week.
Thank you.
Councilmember, Captain Miller from the police department. We do the same. We have a crime analyst that helps tabulates the calls for service, generates the graphs that were presented today. The time that she spends, I couldn't really speak for that. I know if it was me, it'd be a lot longer, only because of my technical abilities. To circle back to your question about high frequency apartments, that is something that we do share on a bi-weekly basis in the meetings. We share to the extent that we can the apartments that we responded to, what we responded for, and obviously there's some sensitive information that we can't share, but we provide that with them so they can kind of correlate that with their records that they keep to make sure that it's kind of the same on their end. And then the services they provide, we leave that up to them, and they choose what they do with the information that we provide.
Thank you. My last comment to everyone is, I know everybody's working hard. I know everybody's focus is on home key to better the environment so that it is a safe place for all the residents there, so that they can consider this is a living space for them and not a yes, a place where they don't feel safe and be afraid of sleeping at night. So addressing the concerns is maybe it's not good enough. We have to find and really go to the root cause, and to have the county, all stakeholders that's in this project together so that we find a solution and I understand and I agree with Consuela Ello, yes, that it takes time. And we did have 3.5 years, I think, 2.5 to 3 years. We need to speed up. We need to make sure that this is taken care of as soon as we can. And city attorney is going to have to step in and make sure that we find some solutions as quickly as possible. So thank you all for the report.
Thank you, Councilmember Hanlin. You know, this is a very complex and it's very sensitive issue. But the bottom line is we have to make sure that the residents feel safe and in a safe and clean environment, and that they have a great quality of life. I think that once we establish this stakeholder group, it's going to be a start, and also there'll be some accountability, and we will be the eyes and the ears, and we'll be able to see what exactly is happening there. I think it's a start. So I'm going to close this and ask for public comment. Is there members from the public that would like to speak on this item? Welcome. Would you please come up? Hi.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for this opportunity to speak on this particular issue. My name is Loreto Quevedo de Mandal, founder of Loreto Cuties Brigade Silicon Valley, and also I'm in the leadership team of the Coalition for the In-House of Silicon Valley, and I do collaborate with Hope for the In-House here in Milpitas and other groups all over the county. I would like to recommend to the county and the city and to the service providers at Hillview to have an oversight committee that would help evaluate what's the current situation over there, and also what are the things that will make sure that there will be termination of assistance from HUD if the tenants are committing crimes or they're not following the rules and regulations on the tenancy agreement that has been signed. So there should be accountability and also the responsibility and quote unquote punishment if they commit crimes over there or they threaten the safety of the other tenants. So we can also have, with the oversight, evaluate the service providers if they're really providing the services, the supportive services that they're supposed to do, or the property management or the security and stuff like that, so that there'll be less service calls for MPD and MFD. And it's going to be less work for the city of Milpitas staff as well. So I'd like to recommend that for the county to look into this matter so that I've been warned not to go over there. I'm a service provider as a volunteer. I provide food and other resources. And I was told by someone who cares about my safety not to go over there. Although I do go there.
Thank you, Ms. Oteno. Hey, is there anyone else from the public? Mr. Montemayor.
Thank you. I think I will not consider exactly what we had listened or concluded. This is on my own. I think we had improved because I always attend this meeting also. We had improved from a problem from the start, from the state, county to the city. So we improve. So thank you for the management. Thank you for the city. Thank you, everybody. For me, we just need to change our way. Some people say reverse psychology, but I don't agree with that. For me, we just need to have a loving and caring, embracing atmosphere. There should be like camaraderie in all of the atmosphere or the environment in that place. at least for me, this I don't hear any worry now of the neighboring residential places. Not much of the anyway. I'm sorry if I'm contradicting what I heard, but this is just for me. I believe we're inching, we're improving. So for me, we pray that I pray that we will be good. In other words, the Lord's holy light will come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor. And is there anyone on Zoom, City Clerk?
I have no raised hands on Zoom.
Thank you. And now we're moving on to council discussion. Is there any other discussions from my colleagues? If not, let's see if I can hear a motion. And let's have Vice Mayor Chua.
I think the only item that we need, because I think the staff and city attorney heard the direction from all of the council members. So the one that is number 2, consider appointing a council liaison. I would like to volunteer the mayor if it's acceptable.
Oh,
with
yes,
you
I'll accept.
to want to be the liaison.
I want to go and see for myself, and hopefully I can help some of the residents make that connection.
There's no motion because this is just the receipt of the report. So if everybody's okay with that.
I think there is a motion.
So I don't know if you need a motion. I think the feedback that staff was looking for was whether the council wanted to move forward with forming the stakeholder group. And there were certain potential categories of members within the staff report regarding the stakeholder group. If the council wanted to offer advice to staff regarding those categories or additional categories, staff can work on formation of that group.
Do we need a motion for this? Do you want one? Up to you.
So I think you can offer the direction with consensus to staff, although it might be appropriate for each of the council members to weigh in regarding the categories of memberships of that group, if there's any advice that differs from that was written in the staff report.
And I think Matt Kane, Deputy City Manager, he did put those categories on the screen. I don't have it on my.
Yes, if you'd like.
Can we bring that up, please?
Matt Kane, Deputy City Manager. Thank you. Mayor, we could bring up slide 40, please. This is the draft stakeholder list that we're working off of right now. So if there's additional feedback, we will incorporate that into the stakeholder group as we form it.
Yeah, that looks good unless any of the council members need to add one more or two more.
For me, I'm fine with it. Any council members, if not, make that recommendation.
Yeah, I will go ahead and make a motion. Is that okay?
Yes.
And then if we're going to appoint the council liaison today, include that in the motion, please.
Okay. Move to approve stakeholder group members as recommended by staff and make the mayor as the liaison for the council.
I agree. I would second that. And all in favor, just say aye. Yeah, I think there's a consensus. Thank you, everyone. Okay, let's move on to item 20. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So item 20 is review the list of agenda item requests from individual council members and provide direction to staff through the prioritization process on group 1 items. Provide additional clarification to staff if any on group 2 items. And we will have Deputy City Manager Matt Kano lead the presentation on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next slide, please. So as background, on January 19th, 2021, the City Council provided direction to staff to bring forward these individual agenda item requests from members of the council on a quarterly basis for council consideration. Through this process, City Council has reviewed and provided direction on 190 council agenda item requests. The last prioritization was held on February 7th, 2023, and included items that were introduced between June of last summer and this past January. Staff is now bringing forward items requested between February 2023 and June 2023, essentially the last 4 months. The City Council approved the council prioritization process on January 10th, 2023, the actual policy. Next slide, please. In summary, there's a total of 43 items that are on your list today. The group 1 items, those are the items that have not been initiated and will require more than 4 hours of staff time and will likely be the focus of tonight's discussion and the voting. There's 6 of those items. There is a group 2 item that has not yet been initiated, the job fair that was recommended for city jobs. That will require less than 4 hours of staff work. And so staff has placed that in group 2 as something staff recommends moving forward with because it will not take us that much time. And group 3, those are items that are already underway and already being worked on, and there are status updates on those items in the report. And group 4 is tracking the newly completed items since the last report. Those are 14 items. We also have a list on the back of the agenda report of all the items that have been completed or withdrawn that we continue to maintain as time goes on. The group 1 items, those 6 items are categorized into subgroups. In this session today, we categorize them all as projects and programs. And information is in your packet. There's a write-up for each of the group 1 items that talks about anticipated work effort, estimated costs, required resources, various options to approach them, and additional clarification that staff may need if the item is voted on to move forward. The estimated cost of the group 1 items are between $2.8 and $3.3 million on one-time costs and $2.4 million to $2.5 million in ongoing costs. You'll see in a future slide that most of those costs are associated with the potential navigation center. Next slide, please. So the group 1 requested items, which we'll cover in detail later, are here. So I'll quickly summarize them here and summarize them in more detail in future slides. Number 1 is identify a month and a day to celebrate an international cultural festival on Main Street, recommended by Councilmember Leanne. Number 2, look into a possibility of a senior citywide discount from all Milpitas businesses, recommended by Councilmember Barbadillo. Add large electronic sign outside the Milpitas Library by Mayor Montano, potential navigation center by Mayor Montano, the potential satellite consulate office through Mayor Montano, and the appraised city-owned parcels number 2 and 3 on Main Street by the mayor as well. Next slide, please. So for the prioritization process, we did do this in February. So this city council as a group has gone through, this will be the second time going through it. Each member is going to be asked to prioritize up to the top 2 items from group 1. We have an electronic voting process. IT Director Daniel Nam provided you a link to that earlier today. And if you still need assistance, he can help you with that in council chambers. All items that will receive 3 or more votes in this first round would be considered approved. And if the number of items is 2 or greater, the process would be deemed complete. If the number of items is less than 2, all remaining items will be prioritized in subsequent voting rounds. So if we need an additional voting round, we'll talk about, we'll come back to this slide and then talk about that again, what that process is going to be. Note that items that do not advance through this process will be removed. Again, group 1 items, those are the 6 items. If items that did not advance through this process will be removed from the active list, but may be resubmitted by members of the city council through announcements during council meetings for the next prioritization session scheduled for fall 2023. And items that may need budget appropriations that get approved tonight will be referred to the next future budget process. Next slide, please. This is a summary of the fiscal impact. We can come back to this if needed, but the fiscal impact of the 6 items that are in group 1 this evening. We have low and high ranges for some of them because there's various options that can be considered. As I mentioned previously, the navigation center concept is the bulk of these costs, and the potential senior discount is also a large portion of these costs as well, although not as large as the navigation center. Next slide, please. So these next 6 slides are just going to go, I'll go as quickly as I can through the projects so we can get to the voting and the discussion. The International Cultural Festival on Main Street. As background, we do have over 40 current events, not including some of the theater programs and other things. At least 7 of those do have a cultural focus. 8, we have a listing of all the events in your agenda packet today. 8 of those, it's important to note that 8 of those events are time limited in funding, mostly through ARPA funding, and that funding goes through 2024. So during next year's budget process, annual budget process, we'll have to discuss whether and how to continue those 8 events. The cost for this festival would be between between 0 to 48,000 for the new festival. Looking at the options, the low or 0 cost options would be numbers 1 and 2 on here, which would be an annual 1 evening event on Main Street, such as a movie or a concert, which would be shift of a current event over to Main Street, or integration of a multicultural theme into an already existing event, or the higher cost item here would be a new 1 or 2 day festival. And if that is approved by the mayor and city council, we would return to you with some ideas on how to consolidate some existing events to free up the staff time for this new festival and the money as well. And we'd return to you after the summer break. If this item does move forward, we'll need to come back to the slide for clarification on which of these options the city council would prefer. Next slide, please. Number 2 on the list here is a citywide senior discount for Milpitas businesses. As we're aware, there are several current offerings by the city through our city programs, senior discounts for programs and classes and fitness and others that are offered by the city for city services. AARP, if we go on their website, there are a number of discounts, 10 to 15% for restaurants that are available for AARP members on their website as well. There's about 3,000 businesses in Milpitas. So the costs for a citywide senior discount would be, it's TBD at this point. We put a number of $500,000 in for now because if we were to do a citywide senior discount, it would need to be in the form of a grant that the city would provide to either all or some businesses in Milpitas so that they can then subsidize the senior fees or for their services. Something like that would be take a significant amount of staff time. And so we've included staff time in this as well. So the options that we have to move forward on this is number 1, we could continue and enhance our coordination between city staff, AARP, and other providers to ensure Milpitas seniors are made aware of and connected to the discounts and offerings that are currently available, and continue to look at our own current city Milpitas offerings to see what we can continue to do to enhance opportunities for seniors. Or we could create a senior discount subsidy where the city would subsidize senior discounts through a grant program to businesses, either all or certain businesses in the city of Milpitas. That second item would be much more complicated and require a significant amount of staff time and costs. However, if it is desired, we would definitely come back with some ideas on that after the summer break. Next slide, please. Electronic sign at the library. As you're aware, there currently is a sign. It's easy to miss if you drive by. I missed it the first couple times. Outside the Milpitas Library, it's small and low to the ground. And if we have a few options moving forward on this, we could coordinate with the county to see and determine if the county can, as we know, there's a partnership, the library is a partnership between the city and the county. Could coordinate with the county to see if they are able to fund this sign for our residents, or we could go in through the next budget process, look to fund and install a sign ourselves at a cost of $50,000 to $100,000. If this item moves forward, we would want to discuss which of these options the city council prefers. Next slide, please. Navigation Center. So a Navigation Center is a physical location that provides a place for unhoused individuals to stay while they focus on finding stable and permanent housing. Using the city of Fremont's Navigation Center as an example, the one-time costs are pretty significant, $2.3 million, and ongoing about $2.8 million a year. If this item does move forward, we would want to discuss either tonight's meeting or a future discussion with the city council about the outreach and site identification process, funding alternatives, and potential partnerships. Next slide, please. Satellite consulate office. So staff has contacted consulate offices to engage interest in locating a satellite office at City Hall or discuss other areas of collaboration. reached out to economic development director has reached out to consulate offices from India, China, Vietnam, the Philippines. The Philippines consulate has responded. They are interested in continuing conversations with us. However, they only are interested in once or twice a year actual collaborations down here in the city of Milpitas. Maybe not needed for a permanent office. So that's why we have some options here, such as number one, we could include a permanent office space downstairs at City Hall at a higher cost that may not be used too often by consulates. Or we could have a as needed room rental partnership with consulates for operations that they may have down here in Milpitas once or twice a year, such as a passport day. And that is something similar to what we do for other entities who want to have events in our community centers. Next slide, please. Appraisals of parcels number 2 and 3. So as you're aware, and you can see in the image here, we own parcels on Main Street, parcels 2 and 3. If we were to appraise those for sale, it would be roughly $68,000 cost. That includes a lot of environmental investigation as well, and take approximately 9 months to complete. And again, the environmental investigation is a large part of that lead time. If there's interest in this, we would want to discuss the clarification on what if there is a desired intent to either sell or lease the property. And currently we are doing an evaluation that will be completed later this year of a potential police substation at parcels 2 and or 3. And right now we are working with the consultant on that. We would, if City Council desired us to stop that work, we would want to make sure we're aware of that. Next slide, please. There is one group 3 item. Again, group 3 is the items that we're already working on, but there is one group 3 item that we, in order to further advance, we need clarification on, which is a potential a cap on food delivery fees for third-party food delivery companies. In response to COVID, the city did enact an urgency order that set a 15% limit on delivery fees charged. That order expired on March 21st of this year. If we continue a food delivery cap on charges post-COVID, that would require that we develop a substantial factual basis to support the need for this regulation. And if the City Council desired to continue with this evaluation, then our next step would be to have staff retain a financial expert to analyze the current state of the local restaurant landscape to determine if there is a factual basis to support a food delivery cap. And then then once we finish that analysis, it would return to the City Council for discussion and decision. Next slide, please. So our recommendation this evening is to review the list of agenda item requests from individual council members and provide direction to staff through the prioritization process on which group 1 items should be advanced, and provide any additional input or clarification to staff on those items that do advance, and then provide direction to staff on the group 3 food delivery cap item. And with that, completes the presentation, and we're available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Matt. So you mentioned that once one of these or several of these do not get approved, they just disappear. They don't go back on a list. We just have to bring it back. Is that correct? Okay, so, but I can, we can bring it back at a future time, right?
Absolutely. We have the announcement section at the end of every council meeting.
Okay. All right. So I guess we'll have the public comment and public comment. Anyone from the public want to speak on this item? Thank you.
They look all presented great. So is the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor. Anyone else from the public would like to speak on this item? Ms. Loretto? Thank you.
Thank you again. I'd like to request that the navigation center be prioritized, because if we have to base what happened last year and early this year regarding the extreme weather that we have, it's very important that we should have a place where we can have temporary shelter for the unhoused here in Milpitas. It's been very difficult for us as volunteers and service providers to be going out there and helping them out, especially when we get calls in the middle of the night or we get texts that their tent has been blown away or destroyed or stuff like that. And so a navigation center would give them an opportunity to be able to, in the other navigation centers that are being run, that they can bring their pets and they can also bring their partners. So it's less restricted when you have a navigation center versus a temporary shelter. That's one. Regarding the possible satellite of consular offices, with the Philippine consulate in San Francisco, I would recommend not just twice a year, but maybe quarterly, because when they used to come and they use the Seafood City facility, I have given them provided food for their staff. So if we could coordinate and have Filipinos and Filipino Americans help out to at least feed them or help them with other resources, then maybe we can save time for Filipinos and Filipino Americans that needed help regarding their passports, their dual citizenship. Also with what I'm doing right now for a Filipino unhoused who needs repatriation to the Philippines.
Thank you. Thank you. Time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else in public? No. Is there anyone on Zoom?
I have no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay. And now we will go to council discussion. We're going to go ahead and vote because I don't see anyone else. All right. So how should we do this? Just go ahead and vote now.
Yes, I think you have the link. You can go ahead and vote for your top two.
Okay,
items.
great. Okay, so I submitted mine. I guess everyone else has submitted theirs. And then what's the next?
If everybody's done, I think city clerk will pull up the results.
The results from round one of voting. Mayor Carmen Montano voted for the citywide senior discount and satellite consulate offices. In round one, Vice Mayor Evelyn Chua voted for citywide senior discount and satellite consulate offices. Councilmember Anthony Phan voted for an international festival and a citywide senior discount. In round one, Councilmember Han Lian voted for an international festival and a navigation center. And Councilmember Gary Barbadillo voted for citywide senior discount and satellite consulate offices. I do not have the final results here. The final result, we had two results of the top two are a citywide senior discount with 4 votes and the satellite consulate offices with 3 votes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor and City Council. Now, if it works for you, I'd like to pull both of those items, the presentation back up for the citywide senior discount and the set, and then to see, ask for some clarification, if there's additional clarification you'd like to provide on that this evening for the 2 options. So could I have the presentation back up? Does that work for you, Mayor?
Yes, it sure does.
So I think if we could go to slide 8, please. So for the citywide senior discount, we had 2 options, and want to see if the mayor and city council would like to provide a preferred option this evening. One is that we would continue coordination between city staff, AARP, and other providers to ensure Milpitas seniors are made aware of and connected to discounts and offerings, and possibly look at city programs and services where we may want to enhance senior offerings. The other option is to create a senior discount subsidy program for Milpitas residents and businesses. And wanted to see if there's additional feedback the mayor and city council would like to provide tonight on which, if there's a preferred option.
Vice Mayor Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to go ahead and explore both options so we can see where it lands, then we can make a decision. Thank you.
Councilmember Barbadillo.
I would like to suggest an option 1.5.
Option 1.
So
Yeah.
there's 1, 2, and I suggest a 1.5 to explore the other way that we could possibly implement this program by spending a bit of a legal research on the basis of a senior benefit based on the California Constitution. And I believe that I had some conversation with city staff and the city attorney about this. If we could look at that, I will probably throw in my 2 cents. And if that is not an option, if we find out after some more due diligence, then we can go to number 2. That's why it's a 1.5.
Okay, thank you. And I recommend that you work closely, Councilmember Barbadillo, with staff, so that way they can, get this thing going. Thank you. And
Sorry, Mayor, go ahead.
is, the next one?
Yes, the next one is a satellite conference off. That's slide 11, please. So the options that we are looking at here is one is we do have a room at City Hall. There's a old video room next to the council committee room. If you're staring at the committee room, is to the left, that we could renovate. It's smaller. It could fit a bunch of people in at the same time. That would be a higher cost. Or we can continue to work with the consulates that respond to us to see if there's an options that would work for them. For example, to rent a community center classroom, similar to how we partner with agencies that do the ADU seminars, et cetera, for one day. And so those are the options that we would pursue. Likely focus on option number 2, which is the intermittent room rentals, unless there's further direction from the mayor and city council to really look at the permanent office as well.
Thank you. I'm glad that this is very low cost, and it's once or twice a year, as was mentioned, and you don't have to really use that extra room. You could just use the community room. I think this is it's a low cost, so I do like this one here. And also, if you can add, you have India, China, Vietnam, and the Philippines. If you can add Mexico on there, even though we're only 14% of the population, but there are a lot of Hispanics that come from Spain and Mexico that speak Spanish.
Thank you.
That's it.
If I could, one more, if I could indulge the mayor and city council, one more, the group 3 food delivery cap where we would like some feedback on. Slide 13, please. As of right now, we're stalled on this effort. If the mayor and council would like to proceed, our next step would be to ask or to work with a financial expert to analyze the current state of the local restaurant industry and landscape to see if there's any factual basis we can use to support a food delivery cap.
So I know from my understanding, since this was good when COVID was in place, but from my understanding, there are some litigation in some cities that still have this. Can our city attorney speak on that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. There is presently litigation in the 2 majors. Well, there's presently litigation in at least the 1 major city that has a 15% food delivery cap remaining. That's New York City. San Francisco also implemented a food delivery cap. There was substantial litigation. San Francisco compromised those claims and implemented a tiered food delivery cap that essentially mirrored the food delivery industry's standard contract as they moved forward.
Yeah, so that'll be a high cost for us. So for me, I'm not in favor of this. I want to hear from from my colleagues. If you have any comments, or if not, I would like to just take it off. Anybody? Okay, then we will take it off. It's the general consensus. And now we're moving on to announcements and future agenda items. Acting City Manager contact.
Thank you, Mayor. I do not have any announcements for today.
And any council members have anything under announcements? If not, I do have one, actually a couple items. Since Matt said we can bring items up, so I'd like to bring up a safe park space. What did they call it? What's it called? Safe parking program, and this is for to find businesses and churches that would allow the unhoused, people that sleep in their cars or in their vans, to at least provide a place to park and provide a safe place for them to park. So if you can have that in the next list of items. And the other one is, I know that our last meeting in June 6th, I think there was some confusion because when Vice Mayor had announced about this 100,000 from the ARPA, it was mentioned that because after I looked at the video again, I saw that it was going to take away childcare and the the STEM kits from the school district for the innovation, the adult education. So I really feel that it's really important to have those kits, the STEM kits for the adults. At our last city and school collaboration meeting, we did discuss it, and we all agreed that it would be a great thing. So I would like to bring it back for the next meeting, the next city council meeting. Vice Mayor Chua.
I think that should be prioritized with the other council also priorities, the ARPA money, because there are some other suggestions from the city council. It was not presented at that time. It was on the back list. So that was approved by the council to put that 100,000 to the ARPA dedicated to the projects as enumerated by the entire council. You can bring back your two recommended ones and see where.
You mean to put it back on the list?
No, put it back on the ARPA list,
right,
on council list, because it wasn't there before.
So I would like some city manager.
If I could just maybe provide some clarification. So the ARPA investment plan did have 300,000 allocated to workforce development, and this 100,000 is part of that 300,000. Staff was planning to bring back recommendations for some programs for that 100,000. So it was part of the original allocation. I just wanted to provide that clarification.
Okay, that's the clarification. So that's why I would like to bring it back. So we can provide that childcare and the STEM kits to the students. Are you done? Council Member Lian.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to see if we can bring the former city manager's claims to closed session when we come back from our recess. I've read the claims and I have concerns, and I think it is time for us to move on and get it finalized with and not just have it hanging right in front of our forehead. Thank you.
City Attorney, do we have any clarification, any comments on that? Since it's a closed session item.
With the consensus of the council, we can bring that back in closed session.
We would have we need a consensus. Councilmember Fan.
I'm happy to, take a vote on that, but I want to make sure that those who are conflicted out, who are a target of the claims, are recusing themselves appropriately, and legal counsel on this subject matter, I would say, that standard also applies to, according to the claims filed.
So let's have Councilmember Barbadillo.
I have my own, but I want to react on the last request. Is it because we just want a closure? Is it because there was a movement to it? Is it because why are we suggesting that it be back to an agenda?
Asking. So we're going to go to Councilmember Lynn so she can explain why.
Come to closure. There's a claim that's going on and we don't bring it back. We have no discussions on it. We just take no actions on it. So don't we want to finalize it, have a closure to it, and move on? Because we are going to recruit a new city manager. Let's do things right. That's all. And again, Councilmember Fan just reminded the council members that's on the claims, they have to recuse themselves. They are not going to be in the closed session. So that would leave 3 council members that's going to go into closed session on this item. So my request is to have this on closed session agenda August 8th.
Okay, we're going to go back to Councilmember Barbadillo.
I will clarify that at this point, it's not the recommendation of council for any member to recuse themselves.
Right. It's exciting. So, all right. So what my understanding is, okay, let me just ask it in a question and hopefully it answers itself to the city attorney. So what, without disclosing so much, what we can disclose at the closed session, who's part of the fence needs to do something at this point or for this particular issue to move forward?
So if there's a consensus of the council, then we'll bring it back for closed session as recommended by the council.
No, I want reason, not just because it is recommended by one of us, the reason why it needs. So I heard from Councilmember Lin that we need closure, and it seems that it's going to be seconded by Councilmember Fan. The question, I get that, right? But my question is there who, as to the party, is where the ball is now. I believe, there were, again, without disclosing so much what we can disclose in closed session, there were valley of actions, and where did it stop? Is there a need to respond back? Is there an obligation for us to look at it again if it's not our turn to move?
So, two issues. One, I don't think I can speak to answering that question.
All right.
In my position from the dais. That would be the sort of question I could answer in closed session, or that could be answered in closed session. Also, we're moving towards discussion of the item rather than just the announcements and consensus. So I'm not sure how much further discussion we can have today on this issue. We could determine whether there's a consensus and should probably move on.
All right. So to my one consensus or vote, I need to know why we're bringing it on closed session or on the open dais. But if you don't provide me with that answer, or at least it can be done in a reasoning in open dais, you will not get my consent.
Thank you so for that. So you're saying to do nothing, and I agree. It just, I vote no on this, on that. And who else? And Vice Mayor Chua?
There's no, I think Councilmember.
So I want the public to see that the mayor has voted on an item that she's conflicted in as the subject of the claims. And
Well, it was brought back for us to all vote on this consensus.
but you have a conflict because you are part of the claim.
So I'd like some advice from the city attorney.
So again, at this time, there is no conflict. There is no claim against any particular individual. A claim has been submitted as to the city.
You're saying there's no claim that's submitted to the city, and you would say that under oath? Okay.
My statement was that there is a claim against the city.
Okay. And so yeah, and there are individuals, multiple individuals named on the claim. And out of courtesy, I'm not going to get into that part of the discussion, but I think I hear what my colleague is saying, as to why we're doing this. And I would say this, it'd be good to have an update. And since, this whole situation puts our attorney in a difficult position in the ability to update and advise us on this particular matter, I think it's important that we get an update from the folks down with the JPA that's handling, that's working on the case, to have an objective update. And the other thing too is a claim has been filed and we don't know what the timeline is to respond to it. If there if a response is not provided, my concern is that we can be exposed to additional liability, which ideally we would try to avoid. And so what I'm hearing is that we'd like an update, an informational update in closed session from somebody who's not conflicted out, and decide where to go from there, not necessarily to take any action, but to not have inaction.
There is no consensus. There's no so what is your recommendation, city attorney?
So there was no consensus found for bringing it back for the first closed session in August. I'm happy to discuss providing either written updates or agendizing it for a future closed session as necessity requires. The advice at this point would be to move on to other future agenda items or announcements.
Meeting is adjourned.